Hello, guys, and we are back, and we are beardless. I cannot believe what has happened to my face. Oh, and I gotta get. I recorded myself shaving my beard off. It was a transformative experience for myself. But we just got the games on. I was gonna come on at 12:15, but I just had a few other things to get to, and just want to make sure of everything. Um, Be sure to subscribe to the channel. It's going to be a long day of basketball. I'm going to live stream the entire thing. So, see, we have some people coming in here and join my bracket challenge. I had a person text me last night and say to do a bracket challenge on ESPN TC. It's the ESPN TC app. If you download that, and I don't know if you can probably still get brackets in, but my group on there is called Indiana Sports Connection. If you want to join my group and put your bracket in there, and you can see, and my bracket is also under residential anchor Aaron on the Indiana group as well, which there's like about 4,000 brackets in that as far as last time I checked, or more. So we got Creighton and Louisville going on here, and on my other TV, I want to get on Purdue. Just started a game against High Point. I picked Purdue in that game, but we all know that Purdue likes to lose these first round games. So no offense if you're a Purdue fan out there, but yeah, it can be brutal. I'm gonna be getting some food coming in here soon, and I have another camera set up, and I put the air fryer over here, so I will be making some wings, some tots, because I love Napoleon Dynamite, and what else do I have? And some jalapeno poppers. So thank you guys for joining me. We had a really great show last night talking about the new coach. A lot of comments, a lot of excitement, a lot of people just really, really ramped up for Coach DeVries. But tell me what you think. Tell me who you have winning these games, and I am going to get the Purdue game on over here. Hopefully this is not like too close to it. Oh, there we go. Now you can see the air fryer I got over here. Trying to set it up a little different. Last year I did this. I had quite a bit of people come on the live stream, but as the channel is growing and growing, try to get better equipment, better resources. And I was just listening to Dan Dockich on this morning with Jim Coyle, and a lot of positivity out of him about the hire. I know he had the interview with Ben McCollum, and that was part of that interview is why I made that Michael Jackson video about Ben McCollum. But it comes down to it, and I think we got the right guy. I think we got the guy. Sometimes things work out the way they're supposed to, and when you look back in life, you're like, you know what? There's a plan. There's a plan. Not everything is perfect, but I do think the Hoosiers got the guy. Got the guy. I don't mess around with the StreamYard much, but I would like to figure out how to put some scores up here or something like that. But we'll see. I'm just gonna put it on this banner right now. Yeah. Join. It is the first day of spring, and there were some snow flurries this morning. I don't know what it's like where you're at, but the temperature dropped, and and there we go. All right. Let's find Purdue on the other TV over here. My neck is gonna get tired doing this. But I'll tell you what, it's so weird looking at myself without a beard. That beard was like some of those hairs, they were so interwoven in there. It was like some of the hairs were like that long. But it's all good. It is the first day of spring. It's time to get the beard off because it's gonna be hot this summer, and I got a lot of lawns to mow, and I got a lot of stuff to do. So I don't want to look like a bum. It was getting hard to. Yeah, and if you have YouTube TV like I do, YouTube TV is great. They give you these side by sides. 5-5 in the Purdue game. 3 minutes left, and High Point hits a three. 8-5 High Point, and take a picture of the screen right now because. And has anybody heard the rumor that Braden Smith may be entering the portal? I don't know where this rumor started, but there's a rumor going around that Braden Smith is maybe going to, I don't know, maybe he's just testing the waters, but let's get your comments pulled up here. Oh, yeah. That's exactly what my wife said. Look, 10 years, that's an easy way. That's an easy way to take 10 years off your life. Just grow a winter beard, shave it off every March, you know. I used to always grow a beard when I lived in New York just cuz you do so much walking outside there and it is brutal. People think Chicago is the windiest city. It is not. Um New York has a higher wind speed because it's just a lot more like a tunnel there. You walk around one corner and you just get blasted. And so yeah, a beard can serve a lot more purposes than just well, mine served a few different purposes. At first I was growing it. I started growing it in November and I thought I'm going to grow this until the football team loses. And then I thought, well, I'm going to keep growing this beard until Chris Beard gets hired as the coach. And then it became, well, High Point taking the long one. Well, the shot clock ran out there. But this is the greatest day of basketball of the entire year. Get my seltzer over here. I mean, High Point really jacking up some deep threes. I mean, they are. I heard they are a real run and gun team, and you know what? Watch out though, because Purdue is a team that they looked ragged legged late in the year. Um, I love what I heard about because the more modern style of basketball, like shooting the ball in the first 12 seconds of the shot clock, and then just making sure that your team is like relentless on the rebounds. That is so key to this modern game. I mean, it makes sense. You get more shots up, you get more possessions. That helps your analytics, that helps everything. If you got, I mean, I think your goal should be like 80 possessions. I know for a fact that Mike Woodson like never looked at any of that stuff. And, you know, I'm not saying that all analytics, because you got to have a feel for watching the game and all that stuff as a coach too. Um, but yeah, I mean, you do have to have a system. You can't be flip flopping all around. You got to be like, so I think this is going to be a really fun style of basketball. I had somebody send me a message and say, "Hurry and Hoosiers 2.0," and I got to say, I love that. That maybe shirt that will be made, and I'll see if I can get an uncopyrighted image. I got to go down to Bloomington and get a picture of this guy for myself because every time I try to use pictures from Google to make T-shirts on some of these different things, and there are times when yeah, the copyright infringement gets you on the T-shirts, and they don't let you use some of the images that you get off of Google for that. But did you know the High Point coach La I don't know where that is. Where is La Lemire? Lemire. I don't know why I always think of down by like Fort Myers. There's a High Point, and I think it's like just a medical university though. But I think it's called High Point University. But I'm not. I don't think that is the same school at all. But it's like just right on the other side of the Tamiami Trail down there in Fort Myers. I have a first day of spring message from the most trustworthy book in the entire world. I get one of these. I love getting one of these every year and looking through it. And so there's a but I'll tell you, the older I get, I just cannot read like small writing. Um, without this. This is what it says for the farmer's calendar. In like a who, out like a what? It requires some optimism. We tend to a little farm snugly tucked into a pocket of an old growth forest where we are called to pay a certain reverence fee for the charms of this living. The winter cost comes in down limbs at the least. Each day finds some wild new weather. Soon spring levies a heavy tax in the form of allergies. Some farmsteader friends are prone to grumbling. Is it even worth it? If you know where to look, you can find the stitches of hope and a dream for the growing years ahead. Today, I'm lending a hand at the Gardens Club in my daughter's school. A row of fourth graders is broken by a harsh wind. The boy in an oversized trapper hat asks if there isn't anything gardening to do indoors. Sure, Miss Teacher concedes, but if March has to be all the seasons scrambled together, shouldn't we see what today's got on offer? She starts the old proverb to assure him of forgiving weather on the horizon. The trapper hat interrupts with wordplay. In like a liar, out like a kablam. A gust of laughter meets the full force of the actual wind. Suddenly, the kid has learned one way to defeat the weather. There you go. It's the message for spring right there. Don't be intimidated by the weather. Don't let the weather stop you from doing what you need to do. There you go. It's the message for the day. This farmer's almanac has so many things in it, like what to do on certain days of the week compared to like what the moon is. And my grandpa always had one of these. It seemed like maybe it was just the same one. He used it every year, but yeah, I like to pick one up. It's like a Reader's Digest, you know. I don't see those around anymore either. But here we got Creighton up 9 on Louisville, 34-25, and just hit another shot, 37-25. So, and he wanted a foul on that. He is the definitely the player to watch on Louisville. And Creighton is just out now 40-25. Louisville calls timeout. And I'm not going to give up on this Louisville team because they play intense. Like this game has got a lot of game to go. And we got Purdue and High Point over here tied 11-11. This is good. Last year I only had one TV in here, and even with split screen or whatever, it's just better to have it on two TVs. Oh, Kaufman Wren gets a putback 13-11. Purdue. In my bracket, I got in my final four. I got to bring it up right here and see how many people are. So overall, of the people that have picked on here, 25% of the people have picked Duke, 21.3 have picked Florida, 10.6 have picked Auburn. So Duke is getting a lot of the love, which uh Cooper Flag, if he's healthy, I mean that team is really good. But I got Florida winning it, and I cannot. Oh yeah, yeah, Hillbilly Monkey. He's got a. I got some special segments with him coming up that I gotta load him up here. But yeah, I got Florida and Duke in the final with Tennessee, Tennessee and Iowa State being the other two teams. So Florida playing Iowa State, and I don't know. I picked a lot of upsets in some of these. I guess I got one big upset I have is Grand Canyon going to the Sweet 16 and losing to Florida, and Texas Tech going to the Elite 8. I got them going. I got Texas Tech beating St. John's in the second round. Who knows on these games? I went through mine and I'm like, I could see Houston taking it. I mean, they've been there so many times. They always get beat because they're not maybe they're not maybe a team that can score a lot of points, and that's where I think they get beat um in the tournament by teams that just shoot the lights out. And you can have a great defense, but if you get a guy that's just and Chucky Hepburn just missed that shot short. That would have been one Louisville really needs to see a three ball go down and kind of like cut this down inside 10 points here. Yo, I know you've probably covered this on another stream, but I've been busy with work shit. What are your thoughts? Oh yeah, I talked about it yesterday. I like him so far. I mean, we haven't watched him coach any games, but from just the press conference, and not really the press conference, but just all the stuff I've read about everything that DeVries, what he's all about. I liked a lot of the question and answer part of the press conference was really good. I thought he really um answered the questions like basketball questions in a basketball way, and there are just so many things he said, like getting more people on the front end, and yeah, just all your work on the front end, making sure that you make sure guys are all about playing hard, doing things the right way, and everything like that, which you you would think sounds like common sense, but you just wouldn't imagine. It's so easy to just take the easy way out here, the easy way out there, and then before you know it, you're just taking the easy way out and everything. No, he does not seem like he f's around. He does not seem that kind of a guy. Oh, God, Louisville's just cannot buy a bucket. Hepburn drives in and just has that go off the rim right there, and that's tough. Creighton works the ball around to the weak side and gets that guy wide open in the corner for the three ball. Matt Painter loves doing interviews with Evan Washburn. You can just tell because they got the same hairdo. I bet they're old friends. Creighton's got 47 points in the first half of this game. This is surprising to me. I picked Louisville in this game, but you know what? I was going against my better judgment. Creighton has always, I don't know why they seem like they're always good in the tournament. But this game's got a long ways to go, but my gosh, they're just lighting them up. Maybe Louisville can get a couple of they really got to close this gap. This is going to be a blowout. come on. I mean, you gotta look at the groups on here and see how many people are in that. Here's some of the celebrity brackets on here. Stephen A. Smith picking Florida. Dick Vitale picking Duke. Greeny, he is picking. And these are obviously all ESPN people because it's the ESPN app. Greeny picking Florida. Scott Van Pelt picking Florida. Molly Quirham picking Florida. Jason Kelsey picking Michigan State. That's a little bit different. A lot of people picking Florida through here. Liz Loza, whoever that is, picking. Here we go. That's spoken like a true IU fan right there. Get rid, get rid of this guy. You can't. All right, Hepburn drove in. They got over 30 points here in the first half. So come on, Louisville. They can come back here. The fouls, 3 fouls on Creighton to 8 fouls on Louisville. But this has just been a game where Creighton has just shot the lights out. Their point guard looks like he's my age. So, which is 42 years old. My gosh. These players, luckily, I think this is the last year for the COVID year or next year. These players are getting so old. They're going to be their NBA time expires while they're in college. Yeah, that's probably a good assessment cuz I thought Louisville just got screwed in the seeding. I just thought Louisville should have been. They were 18-2 in their conference. I mean, I didn't watch them a ton all year. Hepburn nails a three right at the end there. So I mean, if they're gonna go in with any, there's a little bit of hope there. I mean, this is college basketball. 20 points can be like nothing in a college game. You still get it rolling in the wrong direction. The other team starts to feel like, oh, we can't stop them, and they're stopping us. Then I mean, that's just how it goes. Like in the NBA, it's like a 30-point lead is like nothing these days. These guys start bricking these three balls, which they do, all day, every day. They don't care. Yeah, he has. He like wore himself out. It seemed like early in the year, Braden Smith, and just has kind of struggled. Not really struggled, but he just wasn't. He looked like the player of the year almost for until the end of January, and then just kind of the wheels came off for him. See what this bracket cast is on here. If it's anything special. 1920. All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, we got 5 people in the thing. I say if we get I was trying to think of some type of giveaway to do with this, but I was a little bit too too late. on trying to get all this together. I don't think ahead sometimes. That's what happens. You really gotta be at the forefront of thinking ahead. Particularly juicy. All right. See if I can load this up in here. Oh wow, Ernie is doing the March Madness now. Has he been doing that every year? Am I just like not um yeah, so this is not nearly as bad as what it was a 15-point game. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I think Hepburn's one of my favorite guys to watch. So that's a really I wanted to root for him. I don't really know any of the players on Creighton. Wow. High Point is sticking right in there. I think I'm going to switch these games around so I can watch Purdue over here and we got another game coming on here in just a minute on TNT. Has anybody else here we go. What's your favorite IU tournament moment game? I think mine is still when Moy. That is probably whoop. That is probably mine as well. I mean the one game that I really really like is the 93 game against UCLA with when we had the great team in 93. They played UCLA the first game of the year that year and lost to them and then just absolutely killed them in the tournament. And that was a team like Tyus Edney on UCLA, I believe was a freshman or a sophomore and they really hadn't but UCLA was a really good team at that time. but there's not like one moment from that game. That's just like one game I really like to go back and watch. But I'm with you on that. I like that AJ Moye when he did that block on Boozer was that was unforgettable. I wish the 2012 or 2016 or 2012 or 2013 in that time period there when they played Kentucky and lost to them in the tournament. You know, they beat Kentucky that year. I wish there was like more moments with that team that you really, really I mean, that team I just really loved watching Halls shoot and um, Christian Watford, the way that he played on the perimeter and down low some and Zealot, just everybody on that team was like there was a great time to be an IU fan because they were number one all year long and everybody really wanted IU to win. And but I'll tell you that's sad that in the last while there's not really been any big time tournament moments and maybe that's all gonna change. We got a new coach. You just gotta be in the tournament every year and at least have teams that are gonna get to the Sweet 16. I don't know, at least a couple times here or there, getting to the Sweet 16, I think would give a lot of people faith. And when you go to that second weekend, you get so much more people talking about you. But man, thanks for bringing that up because I I'd really have to think about it because I'm 42, so it's like I don't remember the 87 game. When I really start remembering is about 90, 91 in there. I remember like Chris Reynolds the year when he was redshirted. They started out the year playing kind of crappy, and then they took him off of being a red shirt, and then he came in and helped them. That was one of my first memories of it. But great comment. Yeah, he did. I mean, that's what Don Fisher says too. Is like he just needed to know when to do like an hour long practice or an hour and a half practice and not try to go balls to the wall every second. Put Louisville over here. Oh, and coming up, it's the Grizz. I guess Wisconsin coming up here. This game's still at halftime. That's the one. Tonji, one of my favorite players. So I got Wisconsin taking that game. I took some upsets, but I don't think I took many upsets where Big Ten teams were going to get beat because I really thought Michigan's one of my favorite teams. I really thought, wow, they won the Big Ten tournament. It could be that's tough to do. There can always be a big letdown after you win a tournament. You feel like you won something, but you really didn't win anything. I mean, 25-31 going to a timeout here in the Purdue game. Oh, is this guy from he's like the mentalist or something like that. The actual mentalist. Yeah, Michigan got screwed. They really did. It's that like no team's gonna want to play in these tournaments if you're just not gonna get anything out of it. Strong 1998 goatee. I thought about it. I thought about leaving the mustache on. or maybe doing this, but just for today, but and that would have driven my wife completely nuts. So, yeah, yeah. Before I had a mustache. If you wanna see, I have another channel called Ginger Stash Golf Company, and, and I had a mustache, and that was the name. That was the name. Let's see here. And he has Auburn winning it all. Hillbilly Monkey's got the old Auburn winning it all here, so it feels so weird. You get so used to it is annoying to eat, like, certain foods when you got and those hairs were getting, like, so long around my mouth. Like, every time I would eat chicken wings, pretty much had to take, like, a bath afterwards. Yeah, Tom Selleck style. Oh, yeah. I wish I could. I don't know exactly how he gets his so I don't know. His is definitely professionally groomed by somebody.
From the sands of the Wabash River and
All right. Let's show that in a minute. Release the beard. Oh, the beard has been released. He's in the tournament. Oh man, huge dunk. Yeah, by Colvin. I think Miles Colvin is from Providence, and they're playing in Providence. So I think I heard somebody say he's in front of his friends and family today. I could be totally wrong on this. Could have been somebody else, but all right, Purdue's starting to like get some steals on defense, and Colvin goes right to the rim and misses, but Heidi is there to clean it up. All right, Purdue's up by 10 now, so they're really getting pumped up. He does. What happens? His teams get like, oh yeah, I could throw the radio on. I don't. I don't know if I have a radio. I listen to it on I listen to all these radio stations on my phone now, which is I don't know if that's more convenient or less convenient. Sometimes it's Hey, come on, High Point. Don't blow this for me, High Point. These new trucks they come out with are like this Ram commercial that's on right now. It's like they are getting unbelievably expensive. Unbelievably expensive. I just bought a Ram truck, a used one for $9,000. And I just can't believe that somebody would pay like $90,000 for a truck like that. I know they look cool. I know they look cool. My truck is for actually doing getting my work done, so I don't care if I clank it into whatever and if I gotta put the bumper back on or whatever, so no, they're not. Like, this last year, I sold cars for a couple months at a Preferred Auto in Fort Wayne, and guys would come in that were looking for work trucks and stuff like that, and it's like, nobody wants to even if you spend $50,000 on a truck, there is no way you wanna be putting furniture in there or actually moving stuff, you know? Yeah, the one I got a 2017 Workman Ram, and I mean, I know that's not like the greatest truck to buy, but I just could not pass it up. It had no rust on it, had 135,000 miles, and really is not. I've had it for probably like 5 months now, and had no real problems with it. So, all right, here we go. Working down in Kingsland, Texas. Oh, I bet they got like nice balmy weather down there today. There's just like a really crazy north wind outside today, and the temperature is just going like right down into the toilet. DJ Oz here says, I live in Fort Wayne. Well, it's a great place to live. I'll tell you. I was on the outskirts of Indianapolis the other day, and I know it's a great place to live and tons of people live there, but I don't see how people want to pay $600,000 to live on the north side of Indianapolis. Fort Wayne is a super cheap place to live. If you live out in the country or whatever, you can get like a big old mansion out here for like $300,000. That's about how it is. If you want all that. Yeah, my go-to, I'll tell you, Bush Radical is the guy I've been watching a ton lately. Um, I love his videos. He's in like Alaska, or normally he's up by Superior, and he like builds all these cabins out in the country. I watch him a lot. I've went through phases with a lot of different channels. Like I used to watch and I edited videos for Good Good, but I watched like Bob Does Sports and Good Good. I went through a trend of watching them because this one dude I played golf with in Fort Wayne, he was playing on there, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna try to do this too. But that turned out to be way harder than Scottsburg, Scottsburg's beautiful. I always stop there on my way. My sister lives in Louisville, and her husband's a big time Louisville fan, but Scottsburg's like right on the way through there. I knew somebody there once, and I can't think of who it is, but they won the lottery. And you probably, if you're from Scottsburg, you probably know them. But they're like one of these people that won the lottery and was broke like 3 years later. So shout out to Scottsburg out there. Yeah, and the Tin Caps field is really nice. Heck, I lived in downtown Fort Wayne in like 2001, 2002 for about not that long, like 8 months, and there was nothing in downtown Fort Wayne back then. Eh, I mean, they have done a lot to it in 25 years. And they used to have the Wizards. Um, yeah, tell me what some of your favorite YouTube channels like. What do you guys like to watch? I'm always looking for new ones, and I do jump from one to one to one. Um, James James Janis, I watch like a lot of his videos. I watch a lot of like Moon's videos. Um, I can't even think of all the channels though. Some friends of mine that have a golf channel, it's called Lateral Hazard. That's in shout out to them. They're in Southern Indiana. I've played golf with them a few times. We made a video together. Oh yes. Oh, Scottsburg won the 3A title last year. Well, good for them. I wish I could keep track of high school basketball better. Great putback by Purdue there, but is that guy the next Zach Edey? Who is that dude? I know I've seen him in a few games, but Trey Kaufman ran with 10 points in the first half in Louisville. 37-54. Louisville's got a this game. If they don't make some headway here in the next like 7 minutes, is like I'm gonna switch over to the Wisconsin game. Yeah, I watch those guys a lot. I like some people don't like them. I like how casual they are and their videos aren't real in your face. Maybe like the videos I make sometimes are. Oh, the kid on Scottsburg is playing for Michael Lewis at Ball State. Good deal. Yeah. That's where my wife and all of her sisters went to college at the great Ball State. And Ball State women got a 12 seed in the women's tournament this year. So good for them. I don't know if they've ever been in the tournament. My guess would be they've never been in the women's tournament just because they're Ball State. There used to be when I was in high school, there was like a legendary scholarship at Ball State that Dave Letterman gave out, and it's like you had to have a C average to get this scholarship. And I always thought, well, maybe I could get that scholarship, but I never did. I never did. Yeah, it's a stupid spell check. I'll tell you, there is this AI spell checker on YouTube and it drives me nuts. Like when I respond to comments, it gives me all the wrong spellings of like every single word and it makes me like second guess myself. It'll put a blue line under like different words, you'll spell them right and it'll put a blue line underneath it and you go to look it up and it just heck yeah. I mean, that's a good position to play. I mean, if you want to make it in the NFL and you can play offensive tackle, then right? That the AI is just full of it. It also gives me these predictive like responses to people, and they're all like very sinister. It's like, oh well, like it's got like this real bad attitude towards everybody that it's talking to. Let me see what I can do here. I got a video of me. Well, Creighton is continuing to just nail three pointers. I do not know. This is not looking good for Louisville. I always like to start off my bracket by getting the first game wrong. I am glad I had a notion to pick High Point over Purdue, and I don't think I did that. Thank you very much, John. That does help. That is the most important thing on YouTube these days because they don't do it by subscribers or anything like that. They just do it by who likes the videos the most and who gives it a thumbs up. So, me as well. I had Louisville here, and this has to be a long day for the guys that, actually sit in the studio with suits on from like noon until I don't know if they're there from noon until midnight. I know they normally have like two studios going, but it's like that has got to be a long day just sitting in there on those chairs watching the games and then having to comment on every player, have a thing to say about every game. There's always a team or two, that I really like. Um, yeah, I'll make you a mod on my channel. I think only, and he used to show up all the time. I think Robert Schwartz is a yeah, right. Give him beers and snacks. I don't know if Chuck partakes in that or not. I know they say he gets really animated because they got like a little, I think away from the studio, they do have like some couches in there so they can at least relax a little bit. But yeah, but heck, in the end, what are you doing? You're like sitting there talking about basketball all day long. And it's like, I mean, how can you complain about that? Yeah, I'll make you a mod on my channel. I'm doing more live videos, and it's partly necessity, partly but I mean, I'm still gonna make the edited videos, as many as I can, 2 or 3 a week, and then, like, insert the live videos where oh, yeah. But YouTube is practically, like, all I watch. I really have to, like, look through. I mean, without revealing too much, I mean, I watch, like, Bill O'Reilly all the time. He's got a good show on. But to me, he's just, like, no nonsense. He's been around for a long time. He's been run out of regular media. Let me see my YouTube channel or my YouTube thing, what comes up. Yeah, Sleepers Media, I watch them. They're the first one on there. A lot of times here lately, I've been I come and go on him, like watching Dan Dockich, because sometimes I'll watch him every day and sometimes I won't. And I watch Kent Sterling a lot. Um, the guy who's I like to watch for the Colts is Justin Afiro. The guy, he is from out in Long Island, and he talks about the Colts and riding the bench sport Colts cast. I just like his personality for doing that. But let me see. Yeah, here's a good channel I watch. It's called Podcast Cringe. And this guy takes like clips from Joe Rogan, different things like that, and then just kind of like talks about them. But what if all this? He is like a predictive channel. He's got a really good channel for a young guy. He's like 25, but just really smart. Yeah, Kent is a great guy. I mean, he's giving me the time of day, and I did not know him at all before I started doing this. And I texted him and emailed him, and he came on my show. So, I always figure people don't like you don't have the like people don't have to do whatever. So, I mean, just giving you yes. Oh, the beard is gone. You're like, well, this is not the. You don't have to adjust your screen. This is it. I thought like, oh, my chin was like so. That beard changed the entire shape of my entire head. So I should have. I should have. I gotta. I could still do that. I could still do that. But yeah, on my golf channel, I did a Coney Island challenge where it's like we ate like one coney every hole on 9 holes, and I'm going to tell you, out in the heat, that that really that really does something to you out there. It's like a 90-degree day, and I don't think Dokic's show is live on YouTube. I think he just uploads it. I don't know when I see it. Like sometimes at the end of the day, sometimes early in the day. I do love these segments that Ernie does with Chuck and Kenny. And Clark Kellogg, they toss him in there, but with Shaq on their other show. The last 20 champ, no champ has ever lost 3 of its last 4 games. Oh, so Auburn lost 3 of their last 4 games, and Marquette did as well. Duke, Florida, Alabama have the best chance at it. I like Alabama. I mean, they really gave UConn, I thought, a run for their money as much as anybody did last year. Yeah, they did cancel the Three Rivers Festival. It went completely bankrupt. It was like crazy amounts in debt, and they just had like they could not keep it on. Fort Wayne has enough festivals anyway. It's like there there's Greek Fest, German. The best one is German Fest around here. There are a lot of Germans in Fort Wayne, so yeah, one Coney. Yeah, you never know. I just heard that St. Mary's coach on the radio the other day, and I really like he just seemed like a really nice guy from the stuff he was saying. He's from Indiana, so yeah, I don't know, it's been around forever. I don't know what happened. They moved it a couple of times. I haven't been to it in a while. The one that I think kind of starts to overshadow it is the Johnny Appleseed Festival, and that one's like down at Johnny Appleseed Park, but they moved it out to it was in like the parking lot, I believe, of like the Coliseum. So nobody wants to go out there and walk around. But I'm gonna go get some jalapeno poppers and get these things cooking in here, and I will be right back. I'm gonna put this segment on here with the Hillbilly Monkey. This is one from the Dane Fife video, I believe. But we're gonna take a look back at
From the sands of the Wabash River. And formed into a monkey land that's sold at Home Goods. It's the Hillbilly Monkey Perspective on Indiana Sports Connection.
Well, I mean, I am an old timer, but, I always loved Dane Fife because he was so feisty, and he was just one of those guys that you could tell Bob Knight really loved the way that he played, the attitude that he brought to the table, his defensive effort. You can see after he left, the defense for Indiana basketball went way down the tubes. And like he talked about in this interview, if you're listening to the whole thing, he thought Mike Woodson, he was trying to get an idea of what this guy wanted as a coach. And I don't think he can really get a good idea because he's all over the place and he don't know what the hell he's doing. And he didn't from the very beginning, and he shouldn't have been hired, and he shouldn't have been here because he don't know what the fuck he's doing anyway.
All right, and we're back. And I'm gonna move this. See, I always try to do too much on here, setting up 2 cameras. Yeah, it's the Three Rivers Festival, and then they have it in the Coliseum parking lot, and I don't know, I heard they kind of, like, did some nefarious things with the money or something like that. People were stealing from the pool, and they couldn't pay. They were, like, way in debt. They had to file for bankruptcy, I believe. Boom, there we go. And these are as fresh as they come. Farm rich, you know, you just put farm on there. Jalapeno peppers. So we're gonna try these out. I mean, if you're gonna watch the tournament all day, you gotta have a lot of snacks. You gotta load up. All right, we'll see how that does. High Point just had a nice dunk there. And what's that gonna mean? What's that gonna mean for Purdue? You know, Purdue, this game gets like within 5 points. They get really, really nervous. Once they get nervous, here we go. We got a good question here. Oh, yeah. Everybody leave your comment down below. My favorite IU player in my lifetime. Mm, when I was a kid, it was Brian Evans was probably I was rooted for like the off guy. It was like everybody really liked Damon Bailey when I was a kid. And I always thought, oh, Brian Evans. Juwan Morgan, that's a good one. I mean, there was a couple years there where it's like Juwan Morgan was like the only guy we had down low. I mean, it's and and yeah, he played with a lot of heart. I always liked watching him. Yeah, Moyer is a good one, no doubt. Uh, that whole team played really, really tough. I mean, my favorite of all time has got to be Calbert Chaney, though. Like in my lifetime, just when he got the ball on the baseline, when he just get out in transition, and how smart he was, how much he just didn't let people. Yeah, that was a good team together. Like White, he kind of goes. He's kind of in that era where I don't know, not as many. I think at that time I wasn't as big of a fan just because I was in my early 20s and I had like so much other stuff going on or to do. And especially when I first moved down to Florida and all the IU games weren't on, it was really hard to just watch all the games. Here we go. Jordy Halls or Luke Recker. I mean, I don't know why I didn't even think of him, but I mean, Luke Recker, I'm so was so mad he left, but he lived right behind me when I was growing up, and I watched a lot of him in high school at DeKalb High School because I went to DeKalb High School. Um, yeah, I was just amazed when he went down there as a freshman and started right away, Luke Recker, and he has such quick feet for a 6'5" guy. He could just really steal the ball. He'd always get a steal or two and a breakaway. Just about. Yeah, Morgan, that is no doubt. Yeah, he was gritty. And I guess was it Tom Crean is the one that got Morgan, but then he played under Archie Miller maybe like that first year. Maybe it was Archie Miller's first year. It was like Juwan Morgan was like their only down low guy to go to. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Yeah, that block on Boozer, that dude could really jump and rebound, block out. I mean, he did all the gritty stuff. Plus, he had a pretty good shot. I mean, when Moya got open for three, he could put it in. Back on those IU teams, I like felt like everybody could shoot. And yeah, Allen Henderson, he was so like by his senior year, he was a real good down low player. But he really transformed his game from being a lot more of a, I thought, perimeter shooter at first and ran the floor and kind of did that type of thing on the in his freshman and sophomore year, and then really kind of transformed himself into a great down low player for and had a good NBA career. I mean, he was one of the few guys that you thought like that came out of Indiana and had a decent NBA career. Yep. And now it's like, but that's all going to change. I mean, just they got to put the emphasis on the shooting. You know, it's like It just feels like they have never put the emphasis on the shooting at Indiana, and it's Indiana. So I mean, yeah, you got to play defense, you got to do this, but it's yeah, it's a long wait to see. Like we're gonna to see where DeVries can take the team because well, Louisville here, and I've like kind of checked out a little bit of watching this, but they got it almost down within 10 points now with 6:56 on the clock. And Creighton just put up one in, so it's 73-59, just under 7 minutes there. No, that's all right. Butch Joyner and Vern Payne. I mean, I gotta look those guys up. I mean, obviously, everybody loves like the 76 team, Isaiah Thomas. You know, I don't remember those guys, but George McGinnis. I mean, there are legendary players that have gone to Indiana. Yeah, he calls them free misses, all right. That's for sure. That's been awful to watch. It's like, boy, this reminds me of, and let me see if I can just find the clip here. January, yeah. Oh, I found it right here. I'll put this on here. Because I so vividly just remember this, and then I found it on Galen Clavio's channel, just like this ending part of this. Here we go. Everybody remember this? This, see, I just remember this so vividly of Alan Henderson doing this at the end of the game to their fans. He's like, get up, get up. Oh my God, I hated that Fab Five team so much. Like, and they beat them at Michigan in that game, and that was just very, very glorious. Here we go. Ray Tolbert, Ron Wilkerson from my hometown of Anderson. Heck yeah. That's why so many people just really love Indiana basketball. Like most everybody has like at least like one guy from their hometown or a guy that, you know, you watched them in high school. Then they made it at Indiana or something like that. And I mean, that's what really connects it all together. why the channel's called Indiana Sports Connection, folks. That's why. I was trying to connect all these different things together, like podcasts, and that's kind of why I called it that, just because I was watching this channel and this channel and this channel, but never really saw people like do a continuity on YouTube like that. We got a 6-point game here with Purdue. They're right back in a dogfight with High Point. Although High Point's got 6 fouls to Purdue's 1 just to start the second half. I mean, they're gonna be in the bonus here. And then they just threw the ball away. The High Point fans are going nuts over there. Yeah, there's not. I don't know. I mean, there's some IU fans in South Bend, and there's a lot of Notre Dame football fans that root for Indiana, but also it's far. Bloomington is a long trip away from South Bend as well. And before they put 31 in, there was no real, like, now they got the highway going all the way through, but there used to be like no good way to do that. Now from here, they got the 69 being extended all the way down there. I love that. All right, I got another camera set up here. That is what Kokomo is known for. A lot of the rural areas outside of Kendallville are known for that as well. Pretty high producers of the bathtub kind. Kendall Tucky. He knows it. He knows it well. All right. Take this over there. And here we go. We got jalapeno poppers cooking in this. They look like they are just about done. Doing this live to learn about technology because most of the time I just don't have the time to mess around with this StreamYard all day long and do like all this different stuff. High Point's really getting Jude out of some calls here, though. Getting very upset. Very upset. 8 fouls on High Point to 2 fouls on Purdue. I mean, they're hanging in there, but this is going to be a long. And he misses the first on the 1-on-1. High Point gets the ball. I don't know if Louisville's going to be able to do it. They're fighting, really fighting back. It sucks to, they had a great season. They really got to kind of screwed Louisville on the seed line. So, yep, I think they're toast too. If High Point wins this game, I'll be 0 for 2. Not like that's not happened before. Picking these games is like, my God, what do they call here? Oh, they called that on Purdue. Finally, they called a foul on Purdue on this. Matt Painter can't believe it. I don't know if that was a foul. Well, I don't know if that was a foul or not. I think where he got the foul called was like he really got his knee and his like thigh like into the body of that guy in a kind of a weird way. It's 41-47 with 12:27 left to play right here. And I'm gonna watch a little bit more of this. And SIU Edwardsville and Houston coming up. We know the Hoosiers played SIU Edwardsville, so yep. Houston, they'll probably SIU Edwardsville that scored a lot of points on Indiana. They'll probably score like 10 in the first half against Houston because every Houston game I watch, woo, and Hildebrandt, oh, they got a guy with a mustache that hit. Oh, they're gonna have shades of these jersey colors for High Point are very close to the Fairleigh Dickinson. Then they got the guy with the mustache. They're gonna have like flashbacks of Fairleigh Dickinson. Me too. I got Purdue winning in my bracket, but oh, and High Point comes down, hits another shot, makes it 46-51 now. And they're going nuts. There we go. That's a good pick out on a limb. Just as a general rule, if you pick Purdue to lose in the first round, you're gonna win that bet like 50% of the time. Oh, well, they got a free bucket there. Almost stole it from Lawyer. Yeah, I gotta switch this because yep, Louisville is done. Feel bad for Louisville. They hit a three there, but it's 2 minutes and they're toast. All right, now it's starting to get a little bit more interesting. Get a lot more games on. The I got these if you want some of them. A lot more of these in that little box than I thought.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot about those glasses. We got those on our honeymoon.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, those glasses.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. To give some food to my lovely wife there. Can't eat food like this without a good amount of ranch dressing. Next on the menu is chicken wings, and then we'll move on to something else after that. It's the first day of spring. It's a new me, you know. What are anybody's favorite like must-have snacks for like game day? Whether it's I'm a real pretzel guy, pretzels, cheese balls. No Chris Beard, no Aaron Beard. Yep. And I wish they would have hired Beard. I did have one comment yesterday. They said, like, well, I disagreed with you about, DeVries being just as good as Beard. I mean, I can see that because Beard has been to the final game. It's really hard to find a coach that's been to pizza. That's where it's at. But I do think we got a guy that's really on the up and up. I think he, how he set Drake up for success, really for Ben McCollum and other coaches to come in. That's hard to do. It's hard to go in somewhere like Kurt Signetti did here at Indiana with the football it's just hard to do. To change the culture at a place that is just used to winning because if Kurt Signetti would have come in here and won 5 games this year, nobody would have been that surprised. Yeah, I'm gonna do this live stream like Forrest Gump did his running, you know? When I get hungry, when I gotta pee. When I'm hungry, I think Xavier is gonna beat Illinois. I don't know why, but Illinois is one of those teams. They just um, they don't show up in the tournament sometimes. Oh, there we go. When you said, like they have such a talented team, and I mean, we saw them blow the doors off of Indiana, but you watch them in like that Duke game, and you're like, what are they doing? Dang, High Point hitting some tough shots here. They're right in this with 50-56 now. And it just about go under 9 minutes. And Purdue's got Heidi and Kaufman Wren. Now they're showing what they got 3 fouls apiece. But High Point's got 2 guys with 4 and 3 fouls. They had a great year, Louisville. I can't believe they got such a bad seed for being 8. I mean, that's just how bad I guess the ACC is now. That 18-2 in that conference gets you just High Point nails a 3. They're keeping up with Purdue. Here we go. I gotta stand up for a little while. Yeah, they do. They do need the ACC Big Ten Challenge to come back because, look, if you're in the ACC, you better play like 5 or 6 quad 1 games before January because I don't know. I mean, you ever see the ACC breaking up and like having half of those teams going to the Big Ten and half of them going into the SEC? I mean, I don't know if that's where it's headed or not. As as stupid as the NCAA is at picking the tournament, I mean, you can almost see a situation where the Big Ten and SEC would put pressure on them to like not exist anymore. Will DeVries bring the opponents to their knees? We shall seize. Yes, we shall. That's a haiku. It's just amazing when you see a team like High Point just play with the Big Ten team. And I mean, they were really showing the intensity here. They hit these free throws, make it 55-59. I'm gonna put this other TV on the. Oh, that's the guy for Louisville. That's the really good shooter. I didn't even see him go down. Beard, I gotta look at the schedule. I do like that Ole Miss team. I mean, they're like the little engine that could in the SEC coming. I mean, at a football school that we'll talk about a football school that's not even really a football school anymore. I mean, they were back when they had like Archie Manning and then they had Eli Manning, but they got a lot of tradition there in football. Oh, and High Point was almost got that rebound there. It was smart by not fouling him right there because you see that a lot. Yeah, that is tough for Louisville. Yeah, they play in Lexington and then, but boy, they got a tough matchup. I just on the seed line. Trey Kaufman Wren, that was a good move. I didn't even know he had that move right there. Fade away from over on that side. That was That was a lot of what I hated watching Mackenzie and Baco do all year. Take a bunch of mid-range, bad, hard shots. How many people think you think Mbako is gonna come back, or you think he just comes in and says, "Oh, you gotta play defense on my team," and he just leaves immediately? Braden Smith goes with a nice move, getting to the rim there. Purdue's getting back in control of this a little bit. Yeah, Painter, he's running all the tread off their tires. And but this team, I don't know if he had much of a choice. It's like he didn't have a couple of components that Smith's looking a little bit gassed on this possession, but he takes it all the way in. Oh, just ricocheted, went right back to Purdue here. The coach of High Point reminds me of Pope. Like, is that his brother? I don't hate Purdue like I used to. Gene Katie made them easier to dislike. But Matt Painter, he seems like a pretty nice guy. Yeah, he was a great coach. They were like that definitely made the matchup like epic battles. I was watching an old game the other day and I couldn't believe how much different Mackey Arena looked back then when like in the 90s when they had the yellow on the floor with the like actual trains and then the floor was it was raised up a little bit and it just had a totally different look in there than it does now. Yeah, that is no doubt. I don't know why he said that stuff because he should just stick to worrying about his team and his own business over there. Yeah. I always heard him and his wife, like, they got their hair dye at the same place. They both had that like jet black hair. Wife had the crazy eyelashes. Sense of style in that family was really, really lacking. But the comb over used to be a real look people tried to pull off. But was Gene Katie there when Bob Knight came back at that Purdue game? I was wondering how he got that hair. He plastered that right to his head, and then must have used hairspray, and then maybe some shoe polish, maybe some actual spray paint, you know? Yeah, he is. Signetti, he is. He's got the look so natural. No one can tell. Everyone can tell. Like once you're past a certain age. Oh, I'd find a few. I mean, I'm 42. My beard was mostly red, but I would find some gray hairs. It's coming. It's coming. Once you start getting past, I mean, for different people, it's different times, but yeah, yeah, it did. It looked too black one day. Yeah, you gotta dial that back a little bit, you know. Can't use that stuff every day. Back in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, it was not really socially acceptable to shave your head. It just wasn't a look as many people went with. Now you see so many people with a shaved head. It's like nobody thinks anything of it, but I guess people would just think you're stark raving mad if you just shaved your head back then. I'll tell you this: when I was down at the Big Ten championship, I talked to about 7 people that were down at the Louisville game in the Bahamas. And I mean, now this is all water under the bridge, but it's like, I mean, there were a bunch of people that were down there together. And it's like Galloway was at the casino at 2 a.m. when they left the casino. And I mean, the fact that that went on is just unbelievable to me. But it was such a small, tight knit because they were telling me just how it was all set up with the ballroom and the hotel room. So it was like there was nowhere for anybody to really go. There was just like a hotel connected, they said. And again, I wasn't there, but it's like, I heard that from more than one person. And it's like, Just that type of I mean, when that type of stuff is going on, you're just not gonna be good. And when you're not even suspending a guy or anything, you just know, like, it's gonna be a bad year. Yep. Hey, this computer, if it goes off, my phone and it rings like through the computer too, so it always but so far it doesn't like disrupt the stream or anything. It's like a lot of games are on commercial. Wisconsin, Montana is just getting the second half is 3 minutes in. 47-38 Montana is behind. But here we go, Montana coming in. Oh yeah, there's a good take. Oh my god, you know how many people it's hard to I feel bad for this kid that he gets injured over and over and over again, but I assume he just stays on the team, maybe. But I don't know, some coaches view more like they're not just gonna let you I don't know, just take up a spot for no reason. I mean, I know one thing that DeVries said is like, it's like you got 12 or 14 guys. Is like if you got two guys that aren't really like bought in or aren't really, kind of mopey or just not with it, like that can tear down your entire culture of your team. I mean, and no doubt that definitely, especially with a basketball team, especially with a football team, you divide off and you got running back groups and quarterback groups and tight end groups and wide receiver groups. You want your groups and your coaches to be better. In those within those groups, you really gotta delegate in football. But in basketball, you're like, I mean, you got your assistants to break things down for people in practice. Oh, a nice steal by High Point. No foul there. I mean, that was a pretty good defensive play, but Braden Smith looks like he hurt his hand a little bit on this. He got in there, got all ball on that. Shoot, that was a big possession. High Point is on the brink of the end here. No, we'll switch the main TV over to something else. Houston is really taking care of SIU Edwardsville. They got 22 points with about I said 12 points, but I was joking with that. But that's how Houston plays. They don't let you score more than 25 points and a half. It don't matter who they're playing. Have you seen that wide receiver out? No, no, I gotta check him out. I'll tell you, the local news around here, they do a terrible job of highlighting, like, who you really wanna watch, you know? I mean, I watch Rivals a lot for, different guys or On 3 or different things, but they don't they don't key in on individual players like I wish the actual news around here. It just looked like he hurt his hand on that because he was, like, shaking his hand on that play when it came in to get that steal. But I wish I would, I wish the local news around here would do a little bit more of just, like, highlighting individuals and not just so much, like, teams that do stuff, but I don't know. I used to if anybody there's used to be a TV channel in Auburn called JBE TV. I used to work there for Bernie Probinski, and I'm just film stuff only, but I worked with a bunch of like, way back then, I was in high school, I would do this, like, in the off season because like, I didn't play basketball in, for the high school team, so I'd video wrestling and all these, like, winter sports. But yeah, back then it was like Brad Brown, Pat Hoffman, they worked for Bernie at that place, and we did have some good, interviews. He had, I have that is a understatement there. I have if you knew how many jobs I've actually had, I mean, oh my lord. I've worked at so many different places, like, through college. I've worked at so many different like, I've probably worked at 10 bars in New York City just alone right there. I mean, I used to work by Madison Square Garden on 33rd Street during the and some of these places, they would have, like, seasonal jobs, like, during the Rangers run, they were in the playoffs and were making a run, so I worked at Madison Square Garden at this Irish place. I worked at Bubblegum Shrimp Company. I worked at Mole was a place I really managed and worked I was the bar manager at Mole in the West Village, but yes, Aaron's jobs. Now I was selling mattresses, and I started doing that during the pandemic because I was programming CNC uh CNC machines for these Amish people over in Harlan, and they like have all these CNCs like hooked up to these giant robots, and then you just program them, and the robot cuts out all the pieces, put it in boxes, and they would send it to places like Disney World. But I got laid off of there because the pandemic came, and you just never know. You just never know what you're gonna end up doing in life. But I used to work at Mole in the West Village, and then I did my comedy shows afterwards at the Comedy Cellar. So I'm like right down the road from there, or not right down the road, but right on the street block. There's a place called the Grizzly Pear, and that's kind of how I got into that. This place, this place in Las Vegas, is it like the place that has like the fat burgers and stuff like that? And then some people they're into that type of thing. Shut this window. A cleaner version. Yeah. When my videos, like when actual people started watching these videos. My videos would pop up by Bill Burr's videos. I gotta switch this channel. Purdue got the win here, so oh my god, High Point banks one in right there at the end, but this is pretty much over. And wow, it's already almost 3 o'clock. We've been on here for over 2 hours. So oh, it's Alabama State against Auburn. Well, that's going to be probably a blowout. Montaigne is really putting on a show here, staying with Wisconsin. I mean, being that Wisconsin, yeah, they played in the championship game, and that was a really hard fought game, the Big Ten championship. Oh, I had that window open. It's getting cold in here. It's like the temperature is just dropping like a stone. Oh yeah, I got the yeah. This one I got to get his picture printed out. This one just says the new coach on it now, but yeah, I don't know if I need a. I'm gonna send this to somebody. They can hang it in their garage. You know? I feel bad for Mike Woodson. You know, he in some ways, he was so stubborn. It was like he almost deserved what he got, but he was just not equipped to coach college basketball. I mean, he had to know like he was just gonna take a lot of heat because he did not know what and he never had any realization of not knowing what he was doing the entire time. It's pretty brutal to watch for 4 years of that. And the first couple, I was giving him like do some stand up in between games. Maybe. I gotta say, I mean, when I did that, I had like all my lines memorized and I really spent a lot of time like writing. It's like people don't realize to even get like 5 minutes of stand up, it takes like months and months of I'll go to open mics and try out like one joke and another, then go back and rewrite it, then come back the next night and try the same ones. And it is a brutal process to get like an hour. It definitely takes a year, a couple years at least, even for a more established. Everyone told me it takes like 10 years of doing stand up to really kind of like find your voice. Kill Tony, I never watched that. Yeah, the true fans stuff just put I gotta look that up. Kill Tony. Oh, by Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian. Yeah, yeah, I gotta check that out. I had a guy invite me to go on a tour. It was like a YouTube comedy tour, but then I would be doing like some parts of like this show, and then they incorporate other things into it and stuff like that. I mean, I might do it, I might not do it. It is like back then I had no wife and I had no kids too, so I could stay up till 1 in the morning writing whatever and then go the next day back to work at 6 a.m. and didn't really have to I didn't have any obligations. So I'll tell you a really crazy job I worked in New York. I worked for this guy doing sales and and it was selling and this guy was the biggest con artist I ever worked for in my life in sales, but and you made really good money here, but we were selling the police and firemen like calendars and this stuff like just on the phones. And this was kind of like before people like everybody had cell phones, maybe like around 2009, but you got paid it was like handsomely and I don't know how much of the money he actually gave to charity. That's why I thought it was so scandalous. Maybe 10%. I know he gave some of it to charity, but he was all about himself and he just sold those police like calendars and the police badges and all this crap. I mean, I worked there for like 3 months and then I moved on to something else. But it was a pretty shady operation. Hey, Montana hit a 3 ball 50-59. About 12 minutes here. Brad Nessler has a great voice for TV. I'm pretty sure that's his name, but it's like you only hear him doing the games on CBS, the football games. Like he does a lot of the big ones, but you don't hear him doing a lot of basketball games. Dude, thanks for being here. No, see what's coming in here. Yeah, it would have been. Purdue would have lost. I'm convinced that Purdue fans are the ones calling in all these death threats people are talking about. They are the ones doing it. They're just blaming it on us. Gotta look at the rest of the lineup for the rest of the day here. Yeah, Sleepers Media. They got a video out. It's like Indiana collusion. I mean, there was no collusion. I know they're trying to say that they set this up in the Bahamas, West Virginia is, and his son, like, it's the most ridiculous thing ever to think that his son and there's just no way. There's no way. Her open heart surgery went well. She's still just recovering a little bit from this operation, but she's getting a lot better. Thanks for asking. Oh, Locked On Big 12. I got to check that out. They're making some ridiculous ones about. Let's boy, that like beginning part of that it sound like a something an Indiana fan would say. Why can we not have nice things? Oh my god. Yeah, Locked On Big 12. They got a post here. They got a post here that says West Virginia was kicked out of March Madness, so North Carolina would be included. Is it a coincidence that North Carolina's athletic director is the head of the committee? That wasn't they didn't get kicked out because of that. They just colluded together to make that happen, I guess. I guess that's what you call collusion, or you call it. I mean, you know the guy's like your boss and he's standing right outside the door. He's probably like looking in the window. Like if two people are talking about, "Oh yeah, I really think West Virginia or Indiana deserves to be in." And he just comes around the corner. It's like, I get paid by North Carolina, don't you know? How the NCAA can have that much of a conflict of interest, like within the people that work there, is just, yeah, it's just maddening. Indiana's coach is spineless. Oh yeah, let me try to find that one. It's really just like survival of the fittest. I mean, that you're if you were offered a job making twice as much money doing the exact same thing, I mean, that's what you're gonna do. They shouldn't be complaining that much. They got like $6 million out of the deal. So they said, "Oh, that'll help our football program or whatever." It's like, there you go. Look on the bright side. You got money out of it. We got a coach out of it. So it kind of worked out that West Virginia was not in the tournament because we'd still be sitting here talking about who the coach is going to be. I'm really kind of happy it got over with before the tournament. I'm really looking forward to see what happens in the portal from now through April, and then we'll have some like real good videos about roster, who's going to play, all that type of speculation is a lot of fun when there's not basketball on and the only thing to watch is the awful NBA playoffs after all this is over with. I think they need to slide college basketball back 2 weeks. I don't think that would be a bad thing because the the Super Bowl is getting later, so the NFL playoffs go later. And now with the college football going on till January 20th, and even teams like Indiana, that played almost through the new year, I don't know. I like December to be I mean, December used to be where you turn to college basketball and yeah, I wonder how they get these guys to like if they get I just wonder what these guys get paid to be on these channels when there's like so many of these locked on channels and like I can never figure out who really owns that company. It's got to be a big time. It's got to be a big time like media farm. Dang, that dude from Montana just went full bore like no regard for human life on that one. Let me change the yeah, Wisconsin looks like they're gonna pull away here a little bit. Yeah, I didn't watch much of Clemson. I can't believe what was their conference record in the ACC because I thought Louisville was above them in the conference. Yeah, the first time I clicked on, there used to be this other Jacob guy who looked like he ate the other Jacob. And I thought, how could you have this guy on here talking about this? Like, this is the most boring thing ever. And then they brought this guy in, and I don't know. I don't necessarily hate him, but he uh he tries to talk in a radio voice. I don't think that's necessary. I mean, you don't have to talk like a, and we're back. Welcome to Locked On Hoosiers. Stay right here for whatever you want. You know, and it's like it's hard to do. I don't know if they do those videos live every day. I mean, it is hard to come up with something to say every single day. I try to find like little tidbits of stuff that I actually have an opinion on, and I'm not like just forcing it all the time. But yeah, yeah, I've thought about that's what I should do in a comedy show is just like work on impersonations um of a bunch of these guys. I think because we all watch a lot of these same channels. My Dan Dockich is just you want to play basketball? All right. You want to play basketball? All right. That's all I got. It's like oh yeah, his hair is getting higher and higher in the front. Like uh like a Creed song. Oh, the locked on dude went to Auburn. No wonder. It's hard to be if you went to a different school or if you're not like into it's hard to be genuine about something that you're not really genuine about. Unless you're Tom Hanks. Then you could just be in a movie and, you just act like whoever. But unless you're like a really great actor, it's a lot harder than you think to just like, oh, I'm just gonna go do like a locked on Auburn podcast. I would yeah, then you find some people that yeah, public speaking is a real and I'll tell you, this is a lot different than stand up. I thought this would be a lot the same, and it's just not because you don't have the lines memorized, and when you know exactly what you're gonna say, it's like a little bit different. But But yeah, watching that press conference yesterday, yeah, it's definitely like the coach. You get in different scenarios where um you just get in different scenarios in life where it's like one room is not the same as the next. I mean, walking into a stuffy room with a bunch of reporters that you have no idea, just your family's there, or like if you're walking into like a club that you've worked at like 50 or 100 times or more, or yeah, it's terrifying. I mean, the greatest thing is Seinfeld joke about that is like, you know, um, the number one fear of most every person is public speaking, and the number two fear is death. That means if most people go to a funeral, they'd rather be in the casket than giving the eulogy. He's got here's a good joke. He's got locked on hair gel, that's for sure. Thing is, I don't get the engagement on those channels. They don't answer your comments and they don't respond to you. And that's where, Kent Sterling, he just knocks it out of the park because he does all the live streams, answers the comments, talks to people. Yeah, he's a normal dude. He said, you'll see him at the grocery store, you'll see him, he's not like one of these guys that thinks he's above everything. I don't understand Mike Woodson's like point of view. Like if he thought he had celebrity status because he coached in New York or what, but it's just never got it. Never got his point of view or what he was trying to convey to anybody. Auburn is up on Alabama State 17-8. And the next some of the better games coming up, McNeese, I think I got McNeese beating Clemson. So there's your answer on that. Because if I go down, look at my bracket here. But 5-12 is it 5-12s are the biggest upsets and then 6-11s. But 6-11s go a lot more upset if you want to call that. And the 7-10s they're almost like just toss up games. I mean, a lot of times it really just depends on what team, how they were playing. But you get these teams out of these smaller conferences and you know, they they're like hot teams and you don't realize like, yeah, they've maybe only played a few marquee games, but you can play basketball. If you can get 5 guys that can play basketball together, you can beat anybody, no matter where you're at. You know what's funny about he said that averaging 20 wins, but he didn't get the 20 wins this year. They got to 19. And that was the nail in the final. Yeah, Michigan may lose, That's gonna be Wisconsin was looking a little like this was gonna be a tougher game. But yeah, definitely them in Michigan after that Big Ten championship. Oh my god, how did he get that to go in? That crowd, that thing like stopped on the edge of the rim. Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good point because well, let's see. Yeah, I gotta look this guy up here. Dan Dockich was talking about a guy who's a guard that played. I think he plays at Drake right now. That he was saying this morning that his son played against him, and like he's just like a really, really gritty player. So all right, well, I'm gonna put this other camera on and walk around, and we're like kind of like in between some games here. Auburn, Alabama State. Was 19-10. With 10 minutes gone in that. Yeah, on the locked on guy. Yeah, I don't think he's lurking in here with a bunch of IU fans. I mean, in a lot of ways, to do even YouTube or anything, you got to be a little bit thick skinned anyway. I mean, people call me all kinds of things. I don't care. Sometimes I make videos where a day or two later I think, that video was not maybe I kind of changed my opinion a little bit based on some of the comments or whatever, but let's see here. Check out Nick Davison. Yes, you have to listen to the ridiculous music they play over and over. And yes, they yeah, check that out. He's a YouTube guy. I watch this guy. I watched his videos last night. Even Nick Johnson. He makes all these videos where he's like the one I was watching last night. He was up in the UP, just showing like all these like small towns. Oh, Nick. Okay, I would just like got way off. Nick Johnson that goes to Nevada, right? He loves Fort Wayne. Oh yeah, Nick Johnson, the YouTube guy, Nick Davidson is the guy that does the ridiculous. Yeah, the travel guy. I watch him all the time. His videos are just really relaxing. I mean, he did one like really great one over in like Springfield, Illinois, or Springfield, Ohio, and yeah, he's hilarious. Mappy, Mappy, and he took Mappy out of a lot of his videos, but then added him back in. I watched the Adventures with Roger too. I just see he popped up. I watched a lot of his videos because my uncle wrote all these books about mounds. I actually got it right here. Let me let me promote my uncle's books for 1 second on here. Yeah, Adventures with Roger, because he's got some videos about mound builders. So yeah, if you've ever heard of Fritz Zimmerman, he and you probably haven't unless you're really into like history. But all these books, Blood on the Ohio is a good one. And he lives in downtown Fort Wayne. This is a very interesting one. This the illustrated stories of fairies. But then the rest of the books are all like about the Native American Book of the Dead. It's all about things that happened in this area like before. But yeah, I live north of Fort Wayne in Huntertown. So that is where I live. Fort Wayne, it's in like the northeast corner of Indiana. I would love to get a hold of that guy and do a rural trip or something showing. Yeah, I've thought about making a video like his and showing the like in the summertime and showing like the top 10 high school basketball places to play, and going to like all the different gyms and kind of like filming like the locker rooms and like a bunch of stuff like that. And those type of videos, they take a lot of time and editing just to, yeah. I I think I just watched that video, Chris, because he was the one saying He's like, if you live on the north side of Indianapolis, he's like, I don't know who would want to pay $600,000 to live in a house here. He's like, if you want to live there, you should move to Fort Wayne. It is. They've really, I mean, not that Fort Wayne was ever like a real dirty town or anything, but it's like, um, Fort Wayne's great. I mean, I've lived a lot of places and I grew up obviously in Auburn, that's like just 10 minutes north of where I live now. But um, yeah, Fort Wayne is just, it's a pretty low key place to live, very affordable, a lot of good schools. Like where I live in Huntertown, Carroll High School is right here where my daughter will probably go. And it's one of the better school districts to be in. But yeah, my wife is from South Bend, and don't tell her that, yeah, South Bend can be, they've tried to clean it up, but it's just, there's a lot of stuff to clean up. Let's see, we got another set of games. Montana and them. I'm gonna switch this TV to the oh yeah, McNeese and Clemson. That's what I think I'm gonna go to next on this TV. And I got McNeese. I got McNeese and Carl Baxter, the mayor of Decatur. Oh yeah. We delivered a lot of mattresses to Decatur from Fort Wayne. Yeah. The thing about South Bend that's rough is the muggings. Your likelihood of getting mugged there is like really, really high. Oh yeah, nothing like a big grain place, you know. All right. Well, here we go. We're gonna this is gonna be the residential camera. So we'll gotta go downstairs and get some chicken wings. So okay. My wife, she does not want to be shown. She does not want to be shown on here at all. But I will show you. This is my latest venture and my newest contraption is this X-Mark 52-inch mower that starting a mowing business and And yeah, I've just got a lot of jobs lined up for this year, and this is the Weber King backyard, which I just got all of the patio furniture out, and now it's snowing. So, that is pretty much it. I figured out how to get it onto my phone. You are? You're making tacos?
Yeah, we didn't eat them yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah. No, I remembered. All right. And there he is right there. And the other, this is a watercolor of my grandparents' lake right there.
Well, don't put me on there. You're gonna show me, and I'm all embarrassed because I got nothing to say over here.
All right. There we go. You sure? Are you sure you don't want that? Could be your own personal camera right there. Oh yeah, that's me. That's There's actually an entire comedy bit that I used to do, and it was called I'd wear like a plaid shirt, and I'd call myself Hillbilly Hoosier, and then so I kind of changed the name a little bit, but I would just come out and do that voice, and that was part of my stand-up act that I did. But yep, yep. I just have one daughter. And yeah, she's got a little house in the backyard and all that. So let me check on my bracket on this ESPN app. And this game is over with. Yeah, Wisconsin. Wisconsin got the victory. Wow, Houston is up 70-31. That's definitely over. All right. Auburn and Alabama State is 29-24. We got to flip over to that game. Oh, they lost last year. Charles Barkley, they lost to uh it was Yale. Yale or Princeton. And I remember Charles Barkley saying that they never lose to the smart kids, and then that was the kiss of death from him. But we shall see. We shall see what happens here. I never had a use for this air fryer until tried to cook food up in this room. So all right. Some of these. Boom, there we go. There we go. That's a little better angle from over here. I would love to be able to do like the edited shows I do, but do them live and be able to incorporate all that stuff into it in that same way. But it's a work in progress here, folks. It's a work in progress. I'm always trying to get better at this or better at that. Auburn might be in trouble here. I know it's early, but this Alabama State team looks really, I hate to say physical, but I mean, they look physical for a 16 seed. They got some pretty strong guys. When the Watt shot went down, I was in New York and my dad actually called me and he was like, and I was working at a restaurant and I was not watching the game live when that happened. And I just like then turned the TV on and went back and like watched the game the next day. But yeah, that was an unbelievable day. That was like when you kind of knew it's like, okay, Indiana, they're back, and I don't see anything ever playing out like that again, just because like they went so far low after Kelvin Sampson with all the allegations and the not that the allegations weren't anything, but it was a lot of it was really just getting the sanctions, you know. So where were you at? Where were you guys at when it happened? That was it's unbelievable. Like that shot is really about one of the biggest things that's happened to IU in the last 25 years. Yeah, that made it like way better that we only won like 20 games before that and then we beat him. So the dude for Auburn's riding the bike over there. Auburn is trying to take control of this game. Yeah, I can definitely see Tom Crean doing that. He's just he's a really fiery dude. He's been on some podcasts with I watched last week with Hoosier Hysterics, and man, it's like Crean, he just wants to talk basketball like all the time. I mean, I love it too, but he's still like just very much in encapsulated it by it. Yeah. I don't know if that's good or bad for Duke that the ACC team's looking terrible. I mean, I don't know if Duke they just got so much talent. I don't know. Time will tell. This tournament, the reason why I love it so much is like it's so unpredictable. If it wasn't so unpredictable, you wouldn't. That's why I like the football tournament doesn't have even the one they had this year. It was a lot more predictable, like who was gonna kind of like beat who. But that's football. But yeah, I hope they never change it. I hope they never go to any more teams. I mean, I liked it at 64. I guess the playing games are fine, but like you don't need more of that. And there's not enough teams to. Wow, what a nice block by Alabama State guy right there. Really got up on him, got a hand on the ball and tipped it. The thing is like Cooper Flag, he's not just like some great scorer. He makes everybody else around him better. Like he can assist. He's a lot like Danny Wolf. Like he's as good of a passer. I mean, but he's way better than Danny Wolf. He's just he can score if he has to. He can shoot if he has to. Uh, all right. Well, Auburn got a 3 there. They're pulling away a little bit right here before halftime, but it's going to be interesting what Charles Barkley has to say at halftime of this. We got McNeese up 10-6 at the free throw line. 10-6 with 8 minutes left gone in this game already. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I feel naked without the beard. Yeah, YouTube, they pay you directly for the AdSense revenue. Yeah, but YouTube, they pay you for directly from the AdSense revenue. So I try to choose like to only have like 2 commercial breaks. YouTube, if you got a video and it's like 20 minutes long, YouTube will try to put a commercial break in. Like if you just let them do it, they'll put it in like every minute or 2 minutes. And but oh yeah, I'm sure the beard's gonna come back next winter again. You really just get paid by the amount of people that watch each video. Um, like I mean, uh, how many people watch your channel every day? There's so many like factors that go into it. Like how long they watch, how many ad breaks they watch. Thank you. That does help me. The subscriptions, like they don't pay you for the subscriptions, but yeah. Um, but uh but no, there's several ways. The betting apps will pay you like a pretty good commission for every person that signs up for a betting app. Or like there was a deal I had before is like every person that signed up for NordVPN, they paid me $100 for each one of those. So I mean, it really helps with all of the. I mean, I'm probably to the point now where I've made a decent amount of money off of it, but yeah, it was like a long. It takes you got to be over 1,000 subscribers to get monetized. Yeah, I'll have Jim Coyle on my show. I talk to him all the time. I meet up with him in Bloomington. Um, yeah, I'm just our the timing, and it seems like Jim is he's very either busy or just kind of hard to get a hold of. Um, but yeah, I definitely want to have him back on again. This may be one of the tiniest chicken wings that I've ever seen in my life. That's what happens when you get a chicken wing in a bag. Oh, and those little suckers, they gotta cool down. I'll tell you, this Ninja air fryer, and it's like it was just given to me. But that thing cooks that stuff so fast. And this is the perfect kind of stuff to make in there. Just frozen crap. We got these are chicken wings. I should have put the camera on there. Yep, it's just a bag of Tyson's sanitizers. So But yeah, I thought about ordering food in here from somewhere, but I don't know if I wanted to do all that. That would be an idea. I love spicy food too, so yeah, eating one of those really hot chips or Tampa, down in Tampa, they have this like 5 wing challenge, and I did that. I had to put the toilet paper in the freezer for like a week after that. It messed up all of my intestinal tract. But yeah, there was only 5 wings, and I thought, "Oh, this isn't gonna be bad," but it was just they called it they called it the death juice. Yeah, I think I'll get Dakich on. You know, he's good friends with Kent, and I've never, like, actually talked to him in person, but I think me and him have a very similar, uh but yeah, I think me and Dan Dakich have a very similar, like, thought process to a lot of the things we, do or say or personality, you know? So, yeah, I've had people go like, "Are you Dan Dakich's, angry son?" Like, before, and I'm like, "Oh, thank you. Is that a compliment or not a compliment? I don't know." But yeah, for sure. I just text Kent, and he's a super nice guy. I emailed him first, and then he just, like, responded that he was busy, and then I just kinda, like, kept emailing him, and, then eventually that was it. He just was like, "Well, this day I got open," so and yeah, I don't know what his son is doing, if he's around Indianapolis or but yeah, seems to be a very, I guess, polarizing guy with the stuff. I meet a lot of different people that either love him or they just hate him, and it's like, well, I thought he did a great job when he used to do the games at ESPN. Yeah, is his son still at Illinois State? I know he was talking about this morning on Jim Coyle. And if I ever have the time, I mean, I'm trying to help Jim Coyle like produce his show. So me and him, we were talking about working together. I just got to find the time to do some certain things. Yeah. Yeah, I always find him hilarious. Like, oh, here we go. We got the Wikipedia. Let's see who's I got 20 points in my bracket on this ESPN site. And let me go through this. Locked. Wait. Oh, yeah, Michigan, that's on at 10 o'clock tonight. That is gonna be a late one against UC San Diego. So, what else we got coming up? 7:25, Texas A&M and Yale, and I picked Yale in that one. And then St. John's, Omaha, and St. John's at 9:45. Kansas, Arkansas at 7:10. Texas Tech and UNC Wilmington at 10:10. Missouri and Drake. That's going to be one to watch. Tamar Bates. That's why I picked Missouri in that game, just because of him. And I got, let's see. Oh, these are on tomorrow. She went to Washington High School in South Bend. The great Kent Sterling. He's a pretty genuine guy from, I mean, the times I've talked to him. I mean, I saw him at the Colts training camp, and he was just right there talking to whoever. So yeah, he's just a pretty genuine dude from anything I've ever seen. It's pretty hard to do what he does and make 2 videos a day and be like that, not be the real you, because he just practically turns the camera on, and he does a great job. I mean, he was one of the first people I watched. I mean, really, how I started working at this mattress store, and I never really watched YouTube that much, and it was just so boring working there during the pandemic. I was like, "Who is this guy? Who is this guy talking about Indiana?" And but then I just kept thinking like, "Well, who else is doing this?" And then these Capital One commercials get better every year, don't they? Now they got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar selling ice cream in these. Kareem's son stabbed someone. It seems like growing up with such a calm father might point you in that direction, you know? He's such a like kumbaya guy. But you know, if you've been dealing with that for your whole life, I guess you might just get sick of it. Oh, Aunt Wright and the Hysterics, are they having a feud? There's nothing like some good beef going on, especially on YouTube. That seems to get people really riled up. Oh, and I don't think Woodson regrets anything he ever did. I think he's the type of guy that thinks, like, to the bitter end, he thinks he is going to be right about everything and everybody else is wrong. And he was still trying to play that high low game in the last game against Oregon and against like He wrote a hit piece on Shane Gillis. I gotta look that up. That dude is he is like he's probably my favorite like newer comedian. He's got a ridiculous show it's very, very stupid that I've watched some episodes called Tires. Yeah, he is just killing it. He's like he kind of reminds me of like a little bit like John Candy, like way back, because he just kind of like has this like everyday type persona about him. Oh, is that right? Yeah. Besides, it was like besides Brian Evans, I mean Todd Leary, Steve Risley, there was a bunch of them. Like anybody that said anything negative about the team in any sense. And once you start doing that, you start, oh, he's got, oh my God, like Kenny's bracket is the worst bracket. He's got North Carolina in the final game against. Well, there you go. Well, Kenny's a lifer. So yeah, that's the thing. Like that's the thing that I think it's like he had no self-awareness about some of this stuff. Like guys like Haston and Five, you got to understand that like Indiana basketball didn't just exist in a vacuum between between the years of like 1976 to 1979, when he was there. It's like every generation has their own favorite players and their own that's why it's such a huge thing everywhere here. I mean, one of my favorite players of all time, like come to really think of it, is Chris Reynolds. And but I mean, there are just countless guys that whoever you watched in your, most like formative years are gonna be your favorite players. Whenever you get to that age where you're really into it, if you're, 10, 11, 12, through high school, then those will always be your favorite players. I'll never forget that. I always thought Damon Bailey gets a real bad rap just because, like, maybe people thought, oh, he was a great, great player at Indiana. He just, too much expectation thinking he's going to win it all just for, and that's one of the greatest scenes of all time at his, when they had all those people in the Hoosier Dome. Because, at Damon Bailey, he was at my cousin Andrea's wedding. It was like right up here. And he must have been, I think he was playing for the Fury at that time, but the guy my cousin Andrea married was he knew him through like a client or something, and they're like, "Oh, Damon Bailey's gonna be at the wedding," and it was pretty freaking cool. because he was just standing around talking to everybody and always seemed like a nice guy. He used to be in the Glenbrook Mall here selling T-shirts and doing like autographs and stuff like that. He'd be at a table when he played for the Fury. He would do that, and that was like at the time right after he's played at IU. I mean, he was still like a pretty big deal. They had a good golf. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Where you got a good golf course by your house we can meet up at, and then yeah, they had one shooting there. I have no clue what happened. But the mall in Fort Wayne, it's still like pretty decent. It's not like run down or gonna like go out of business or anything. But it's not the same as it used to be. That used to be the place where my mom would just drop me off. I'd go to the bookstore there, walk around, do whatever. It's one of the only places you could be on your own as a kid. Mhm. Lydia. Yeah. That should be on the camera. That should just be on the camera. Oh yeah, Southtown Mall. That was a real that was a real gem. That was not a bad mall. I mean, I used to go there with my grandma all the time, like up through the 90s, and then yeah, stuff happened. Then they had UFC fights there for a while. And that was wild. 31-41, Alabama State and Auburn. What games are you guys looking for a big upset? VCU, BYU is on. I'm gonna get that. Oh my god, Clemson. I just realized Clemson is just getting killed. 29-13. And almost halftime on that game. Um, well, I don't know what to. I mean, Clemson only scoring 13. Boy, we missed out on Brownell. I mean, imagine them saying like he was going to be the coach in this. If he gets beat in this game, like how? Oh my god, there would be protests. McNeese, I watched them on Saturday or Sunday in a game, and I thought and I know nothing about them at all, just watched them for, like, 20 minutes, and I thought, "Well, that what's more baffling is the 13 points that Clemson scored." I mean, how do you score 13 and a half? Look at Auburn there, struggling with the first guy off the dribble, takes him right into the basket and gets and then Auburn turns the ball over on the first possession, so yeah, that'll be a good one. Self and Calipari. I think I'm actually gonna be rooting for maybe Calipari in that one. I do not like Hunter Dickinson, and yeah, I did not want Brownell either. That just I thought that was gonna be just a no go as far as like the amount of times he's been to the tournament. He's not really like this guy we got. He's turned two programs around from completely in the crapper to you know doing something. Yeah, UNC, they killed that team in the playing game, like, buried a bunch of threes. I didn't even watch that game. I've watched the playing games before, and I probably should have, but I'll tell you, it just the ones they just did not interest me at all. Alright, Auburn's getting a little bit of, more room in between now. Lydia. What? Take what now? Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, these things cook, like, so fast in that.
Hey, do you want to come in here? Oh, she went all the way downstairs.
Did she?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Oh, she's scared.
Yeah. Put this fan on in here.
No, you can turn it off. Yeah, Gonzaga, Georgia. I think I picked Gonzaga in that game. That should be a good game. That's an 8-9 game, I think, right? Yeah, I hear what Charles Barkley has to say here about. Almost coming up to 4 hours on here on the live stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. And I love to do this. Even like, you know, we get some people in here to talk about the tournament. It just yeah, it's just good. It's just some good conversation. And Auburn's starting to really show their teeth here and take Alabama State out of this game. Oh, the temperatures went down so much today. It's like my nose has been running just the entire day. It was like 71 yesterday afternoon. Today it's like 32 out right now. So, but it's going to be like 60 tomorrow, so go figure. I may do the games tomorrow. I got to see what my schedule looks like, and I think my daughter is staying home uh with my wife tomorrow, so just all depends how I feel. And Miss Greg Gumbel, I mean, being on these, I think he was on these for a long, long time. I mean, even go back, I don't know what year he started doing stuff on CBS. It might have been like in the early 80s, but yeah, just thinking about who was normally sitting there, but I think it was normally Greg Gumbel loved March Madness. Yeah, thank you for being here, John. Anybody that shows up, even for a little bit, check in, see. I mean, I know it's not always that exciting. It's hard to do like all these hours. The live streams, like I'm just trying to get better at doing the live streams and more comfortable with the equipment and everything and the stuff that StreamYard does as well. So, man, anybody that comes in, I really appreciate it. And even today, I don't know how I try to go as long as I possibly can. Um, enjoy your conies. My daughter, she has not seen me without the beard, so she is like flabbergasted. I mean, it's been months. November. Mhm. Here's a good question. If they kept Samson, I mean, they definitely would have got better players. Um, but then if they kept him, would they have? I mean, I think he probably would have won at least one in this amount of time. Indiana, if he would have been here for this long, if he would have been here now, I mean, he'd be coming up on 20 years. That's pretty hard to believe. I think this guy from dude's like, help me up from Auburn. Auburn is just like dominating this team in a wicked way now. He could have won one like right away. It's like looking back on that, the phone calls and that is like so stupid that because I don't know. It's just such a dumb. It's like just don't do that. I mean, he was like caught, I guess, doing the exact same thing. But oh, just very dumb. Very, very dumb. I gotta tell you the truth. I think I'm gonna shut down the live stream for today. I just had like I don't know what it is today, but it's like the weather is changing and I am like just about to fall asleep. And so I thank everybody for joining me. I was gonna try to go the distance tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll see. Maybe tomorrow, maybe I'll try to like start it up around 4, like more like in the prime of some games going on. And but yeah, it's we'll stay on a few more minutes here and see. Um, but thank you for joining my bracket. Uh, we don't have that many in there, but we got about I think people in the group and I'm in the Indiana group. If you wanted to follow, I'm in the Indiana group, and my bracket's just labeled residential anchor Aaron's bracket, which I'm at 68.1%. I got 30 points right now. And but it is like the temperature is dropping so fast. I feel like a nap is in my future after that's it. That's it. And my wife, she's downstairs making tacos. It's like a Taco Tuesday, but it's on a Thursday. Missed it on Tuesday, but I always have these great ideas, and then I'm like, well, you know what? Let's see here. I'll tell you the team to watch out for. Wofford. Wofford is Wofford can, and I got Tennessee in my final four, but you know what? I believe Wofford is in Wisconsin. So and the other one to watch, Drake. I mean, I'm still interested to see them play in the tournament because just I did all this random research on Ben McCollum for no reason now. And so I need to. I need to. I should text him and tell him to like meet me at Taco Bell sometime down there when I'm down there visiting Jim the next time. See what he has to say about everything. I don't know if he's one to do like interviews or anything, but I don't know if he's going to hang around or not. I'll tell you, he could help this team with his shooting if he decided to play defense, but I don't know. They'll have a couple of forwards though. Um, Tucker, and then we got Tucker. Now we got Bryson Tucker, and we got Tucker DeVries and Bryson Tucker. So you got two Tuckers there. So you got to figure out who's going to be Tucker 1 and Tucker 2. Um, I think Bryson Tucker will stay. I don't know why, but I get the feeling that he just did not like Mike Woodson, and he just decided to shut it down for the season. That's what I heard from several people. They said, yeah, he had a finger injury, and then he just decided like he wasn't going to play like the rest of the year. And I mean that's crazy to me, but you know what? I can see where maybe he just thought, this isn't going anywhere with this team anyway. So BYU and VCU tied at 22, and that is on TNT now. Now we're kind of getting like into the teeth of. I really kind of want to see how Clemson's going to come out in the second half. And oh my God, did we dodge a bullet with that dude not coming here? Brownell. Now I never have to try to remember his name either. It's not that I don't think he couldn't have done the job, but he's nowhere near the like caliber of coach that DeVries is. What's Auburn doing right there? Just threw the ball like right away. He very well could be. That could be. I mean, that'll be like an instant rivalry if McCollum goes to Iowa, and then we got this coach at the same time. It's almost like, and he's from Iowa too. DeVries is, so that'll almost be like an instant team that he wants to beat. Hopefully, he can win at the Kohler Center, or the Kohl Center. We gotta win at Wisconsin. We gotta beat these teams like we gotta consistently be able to at least beat them at home. Wisconsin, Michigan State, Purdue, the top teams, Maryland, like those are the teams that Indiana has got to either play 500 against or 600 against. Then you're talking, and then beat the other teams. I mean, like Mike Woodson's teams are like, it don't matter. You're playing at Northwestern, you lose. You play at Penn State. I mean, last year, like a game at Penn State, they just get blown out. It's like, yeah, yeah, you win up there in Wisconsin. You might have to like take them out for like extra cheeseburgers or something, you know. Come up with a simplified reward system for these guys. What do you give these guys that they got all this money? You know that, like, I heard Dan Doggett say, like, Bob Knight, he collected the socks at the end of the year. They would give out socks to all the players, and Bob Knight, because they were like, these socks are property. It was almost like they were like military issued socks. Like, we're gonna give you socks to play basketball in. And at the end of the year, you think somebody puts their foot inside of a sock and plays basketball in it? That's your sock for the rest of your life. You can have that sock. You know, I don't want it back. But yeah, it's that is like classic Bob Knight, because he was like so stringent about making sure that everybody was going to follow the rules all the time. And that was just one thing that he probably thought that, I mean, I've heard stories from way back. It's like about, somebody bought somebody a meal at Applebee's, and the NCAA found out about it. Oh, that's like, persuading them or whatever. So who knows? It is a great time to be alive. The tournament's on. There's going to be a lot of great games the rest of the night, and Indiana's got their guy, so we can watch this and we can be calm because we know who the coach is. So much of that coaching search that went on, the speculation about it forever and ever went on and on and on, and it started to drive me nuts after a certain amount. It's like, God, can we just know who the guy's going to be? So I'm glad this didn't go on till like the first week of April or something like that, because we did not need all that. Just happy that they got it over with. We could watch this tournament in peace, and then tune into the football team coming up and the portal season. But I heard they might cancel the spring football game, and then the portal season for the basketball team is going to be another exciting one. Like, this is going to be another year where I think we're going to bring in a lot of guys, and we're just going to have to wait and see. Gonzaga is up on Georgia 11-0 to start this game off. So with that, I'm going to get off of here, and yeah, I am going to go eat a taco and take a nap at the same time. So I hope I don't choke. But thank you guys so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Everybody that logged in, hit the thumbs up button, and give the video a like and everything like that. But and yeah, I got to get past the afternoon snooze. It's like, it's one of those days where it feels like it's like the middle of winter again, and I know it's not going to be like that tomorrow, but I'm just dying here trying to keep my eyes open. And I don't want to punish all of you by by listening to me drone on when I can barely. But we'll see tomorrow. Look for my thumbnail. We'll see if I might do one in the afternoon for a few hours, and yep, I got to go get over that hump and then watch the rest of these games, because they're going to be on till midnight. And I'm going to be watching that Michigan game till midnight for sure. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Till next time, stay classy out there, Hoosier fans.